Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/TalkSmileTube. And if you are watching YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe like, maybe comment, maybe subscribe. And if you don't say, feel free to dislike and come away. I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Sorry, my... Oof. Alright, let me check the sound. Check the sound, unless someone pops on before I have a chance to check the sound. How's the sound? There we go. Yep, sounds fine. Alright, let me get the game up and rolling. Oops, I forgot to make sure it's on the side. Theory. Come on. Okay. And as usual, we're just gonna play my music. Or that I usually play. Since... Oh yeah, we need a new job. Alright, let's do Grandpa Miller's car. I think that'll be a good place to start. Alright. Oh, I'm tired and migraine, never fun. You might find the odd streaky line there. Bert tried to clean it with his power washer, dribble washer, more like. I got something. I don't know what though. I'm using the right one, right? Yeah, I'm using the pre-Vista. Okay, I just want to make sure. Although maybe it's just that I need to, okay, never mind. Oh, this came before the fire one, so in theory if I had done this one first, there should have been... Or there... So I got the new power washer, which made everything a breeze. There was no way this wouldn't be, so I was being bothered by that, but... Oh, this one went off. But yeah, no, it's just... It's pretty clean. There we go. You're out of here. Oh, they should have had like one of those. Is this door or is this car in general? Yeah. Alright. But Jiminy, that's right. I used to race this beast all over. It's got a grunt like Angry Rhino. Heck, I won the 1989 Race Champions on it. Alright, where's the gnome? There must be a gnome around here somewhere. Or he might be... No, I didn't... I watched that on TV. He's here somewhere, probably, but he might be inside. We can't see inside to see that there's gnomes, but... That's good. Alright, see here. Alright. It's definitely right there. Yeah, I need this to be more accurate. The question becomes, where on the door am I missing? These are obviously separate doors. You know what, tab? Ah, I see. So there's a spot there, because I wasn't looking there. A spot there, and there's a spot in here. Alright. Alright. It is a dirty car. But it's not that dirty. Alright, so go back there. Down. The outer wheels, I think. There we go, the door. This door, I can see there's a spot here. Maybe at the top here. Hiyo, Tama! Glad to hear you're doing good. And that the audio is good. As you can see, we're cleaning the car. Alright, I should probably use the 15 actually. For a stronger, more thick. And targeted. Oh, that was that. Okay, there we go. Weird. Right. In there. How have we not gotten all of this yet? Oh, I guess that did finish. Alright. Yeah, let's finish the wheels. Hey, dirt! Okay, yeah, dirt. What? Get lost, would ya? You know, I just thought of something. Can we see in the car? No. He might be in the car watching as we wash. Hilarious. Also, isn't this a Camaro? I just realized. I'm sure it said it somewhere. Review. No, doesn't confirm. Hello, Compton. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing pretty good myself. How long will you be? I was thinking of taking the car for a tear up the abandoned sewer system. I'm glad to hear you're doing as well. Decent as well, by the way. There we go. Alright, come on. Oh, there. Okay, there we go. And of course the back bumper's gotta be cleaned in the same manner, right? I mean, I suppose technically what we could do is just go to the really tiny one. That'd be a pain, though. I'm not gonna do it. This, I mean, with everything being so... fair enough. It is kind of late at night. Being tired is a good thing. I'd imagine it's around 10, right? For you? It's around midnight here. Yeah. Ah. Yeah. I mean, if you're tired but can't sleep, that is the worst feeling. I get that. That's when you pull out the chamomile tea. And melatonin. And then that's it. Got the one light. I did get it. There we go. C2R has got to be its own thing, right? Oh wait, is this part of it? There we go. Good enough that it's not going to matter in the long run. That's up to you, Tomas. I don't think you can. I'm not in the library. Ah, it's here. There we go. Gotta get the boot of the car. Doing a scrub. Yeah, I kind of hope that with the second game, they do actually implement, like, more use with the soap. Because it does feel like I'm just basically ignoring that aspect entirely because it's not really worth it. But it feels a bit of a shame. It's like, oh, I mean, but it's there, and, you know, I feel like I'm being kind of horrible to this stuff. Oh, yeah, car needs cleaning. Not word with Lenny. He's certainly not going to be tearing down the sewer system. They'll be sticking to Main Street for now. Well, I mean, well, yeah, we're just power washing, but for something more delicate like this, in theory, would be better. Would be able to pull out some soap. And give it a good scrub, you know. And then from there, be able to determine where I would be cleaning and stuff. I.e. a car wash. Especially since the tutorial inferred that soap would be useful for making it easier, right? It really doesn't. Yeah. But imagine if instead, like, you could do soap or hot wax or something that could do something for it. You like, give the car a nice clean, a real clean. I don't know. I just feel like there's just, it's a missed opportunity. I mean, it's there. Not that, it's just, yeah. Alright, I'll get back up on here later, but oh, look at that. Gotta get inside. Did I actually do that? Yeah, I did. There. So I guess go over this the quick way first. There. Yeah, like just imagine instead, like you use the soap for a car wash. Most of the muck that's on here would come up with that. Alright, where is it? It's here. There's the door. And there. Alright. There we go. There's the door. We can get the front here. Okay. And okay. Car window trims. I don't think it's these. I think it's on the other side for the window trims. Oh, there's a spot there. Yeah, and the wing layers, of course. I see. Here we go. Ah, up here. I guess that was the window trim. The spot here. I mean, I guess we get the wing mirror on the other side. Again, there's a few spots, but there's not really enough. Got it. I was like, I should be getting there. Nice. Look how clean that is. Ooh, with that coating. Oh, yeah. Yes. I mean, you gotta appreciate the fact that it is a muscle car. I mean, it is a race car, but it's not really a race car. It's more like track racing because it's a, it's meant to be a Camaro, I'm pretty sure. Or Dodge. No, Dodge is Camaro. Really nice, really nice. Alright, let's finish. They just don't make cars like that. They're all so... Doc, the car looks so fresh. You're a superstar. Superstar. I cannot wait to see old Bert's face when me and Dolores streak past his front yard and he sees what a power washing pro could do. See, it's implying like I used a bunch of soap because it would be like a bit. There's no point to that. All right. It seems our little town is growing up in the world. Muckham State Park has been chosen to host the next county championships. We're gonna leave the sullen types to roll around in their own filth, as is their wont. But it's getting on the papers and the TV. We can't have people seeing all that grime and funny writing. So I want you to hit it with everything you got. This is gonna be a big job. But it'll be 900. Explain to you what compound they use for structures such as these. You asking that as a question? Well, I mean, actually, that's pretty understandable. I mean, think of it like the jobs that we're doing and how absolutely gross they are. Do you want to get all that dirt on you? Dirt, muck, potential just about anything. Well, yeah, House Flipper dude though is most likely a vampire. Let's be real, is most likely a vampire, and beyond that, the devs aren't very, they didn't think through it. If these guys actually did, yeah, you're going to be wearing something like this. Hello, Supreme Master. It's fine. All you're missing is cleaning. Alright, where's... There we go, and then the gate probably has to... I can in fact see the gate. I thought I could. Alright. Gotcha. Alright, this bit of wall. There's a little bit down here. Hello. So you see we're power washing today. We're just chilling. Is this part of this wall piece? Because it seems like it'd be separate. Yeah, it's gotta be separate. So where am I? Oh, there's a spot up there. Okay. Oh, hello. Interesting. Ooh. Can we say gross? Like, when was this left cleaned? Yeah, we have unlimited water, so we're fine. I mean, it has spice soap, but it really doesn't have much use. Unfortunately. Right now, let's pick this up and move it over here to a place that we have cleaned. I might need it later, but let's see, does this disappear? Probably. Not honestly, this place is so nasty. I don't even want to walk on it. I mean, it's like, I'm gonna clean up underneath me, I'm gonna be honest. The whole place is just, it'd give anybody, like, This whole town, there's a reason it's called Muckingham. Gonna go there and say that. Controversial, I'm sure. Ooh. Alright. Alright. Can we just put this over here? You know what? Even though I don't need this right now, we're putting it here. I gotta love how, like, the implication is kids and teens have been literally skating around on this, getting their knees and everything with it. But because there's a competition, well, maybe we should clean it a little bit. Like, come on. Ugh. When even the seats. The place is just considered nasty. It's like, it does everything. And I get the feeling those reddish stains are not dirt. Like, when's the last time they cleaned? Yeah, I do know about the Super Mario. I am aware which one you're talking about. Just to be clear here. I'm more just commenting on the, Also, that cat has mysterious magical powers. There ain't no way that any cat could pick up that much muck on their feet. Nah, Suna wouldn't put up with it. Are you kidding me? Here. Let's be silly. There we go. Art. Trying to fit more in style and line. Ah, this place is nasty. Alright. Actually, this might need to be this. This is mucky. Alright. We're at 11%. Only 90% more to go. Really 89, but it's just good. And here's the thing we can do. Once I've got some cleanness on this. I don't really care about the graffiti, that's fine. But we could hop up. Just gotta clean the top here. If I work at it. There we go. I don't think I'm going to be able to walk on the outer wall, because that's definitely going to be glitchy, but at least it lets me kind of start cleaning here without having to get out the ladder. I do appreciate. Ah. I suppose once you get up here, you're up here. So it really does open the question of why would I need... bother with ladders. Oh, I slipped up. Let me... Ew. Realization of where we're standing. Alright. Alright. There we go. I mean, beyond anything else, I think we've gotten pretty good. We're at 14%. In reality, it's not so much how hard stuck on the goop is. I mean, there are places like over here, but overall, it's just the amount of goop. It really does that. We're erasing evidence of the cat. I feel like the mysteries of this town are things to really think about. Other than obviously that gnomes equal people. If we see gnomes around, that means somebody's spying on us. Making sure we're doing our job, I guess. I feel like that's... pretty easy to understand. But here's a mystery. Why is the food truck here? At an empty time of day. Alright. Okay. And clean here. How's it that the muck is only in the place where we need to clean? You know, I just had a thought. What if it's not actually this dirty? And it's all in our character's mind. Like, the job has the teeniest, tiniest amount of dirt. But the main character has such a phobia, I believe it's called. That he's picturing it this way, even though in reality, it obviously isn't. Yeah. Like, to match with the outside. And make it make some sense, potentially. There we go. Okay, there's gotta be a way to move over there. I can make that. I can do that. I did see it where it was the volcano thing. I honestly think that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, considering the amount of dirt everywhere. Oh, I just can't jump here. This side is not jumpable. It does really feel like house flipper. Like, it makes sense if, for example, everything around us was also being affected and all that. But it clearly isn't. You know? That's where I end up going with it, is I don't think it was a volcano thing. But I did see it back in the day. Most logical answer is either they let it get mucky, or if you want to go with the simplest answer is usually correct. Like I said, our character might just have severe phobia. And thus, it's not actually this dirty at all. Just that's how they view it. There we go. That worked. I can always figure this out. Yeah. So they're seeing all this dirt and grime. I feel like the only thing, which is something that should have been discussed, I feel like, actually, with the whole thing, ironically, is the fact that the gnomes are clearly the townsfolk. Which is why you can occasionally find them spying on you. So, you know, you'd think that would be more... a bit more of, like, what to focus on. I mean, how the heck do you make slope out of concrete? And... you use this magical thing called... a stencil slash frame slash whatever like that. I mean, framing does wonders. How do you make a sandcastle? But the only reason I would even think that is it's like you look around and it's clearly only these locations. If it was actually some sort of natural disaster, then everything else would be affected. If it's just that the town of Muckingham is this dirty, something should have been done before now. Called out, whatever. So I have trouble believing that it would, be something like that. I could believe magic, like I said. I mean, we know that the towns, if you assume the townsfolk really and truly are the gnomes you see around, then it honestly, for the most part, makes everything fall in place. The place gets mucked up for whatever reason, now you have to come and fix it. But if you want to go for the not just straight up, everything is magically mucked up, then you gotta kind of go with, it can't be, anything that's actually going on. Because logically was, it just doesn't make sense. To assume that only one or two locations would be covered in gunk. And that'd be perfectly, like, within the bounds of wherever you're cleaning. Alright, we're just gonna clean a path over this way. There you go. Now, if I had to guess... Oh, look, it's a playground. Now, here's... That's interesting. Because we can't see this from the playground at all. This doesn't exist. Look at that. You know what? Maybe magic is involved. Also here. I mean, I'm sure that people can technically do this, but like... I mean, it wouldn't be easy. For a local skate park... I can't imagine something like this. Especially for one that gets picked for the county. Like, come on. Look, I'm not saying some sort of professional, like, super fancy one would be able to have it. I don't know if that's possible. I feel like I've ever seen something like that, really, though, outside of video games, but... Like, for a local one? Who's gonna be doing the skateboarding, Sonic? Yep, I believe there's blood all over, actually, now that I'm looking at this thing. Yeah, no, definitely blood all over. Ugh. That doesn't change the reality of the what average kid is just skateboarding on this. Like, in all honesty, up to like here, it kind of makes sense. This is really, I think, the questionability of it. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not much into skateboarding, but yeah. I just don't feel like that would make sense. Because that would be also so expensive to make. But the other shapes do make sense to some extent. This is a... The roll tube. Yeah, I mean, look at that. A lot of people died here. This place gotta be haunted. There we go. Ugh, nasty. I'm still only at 34%. Wow. This whole place is just so nasty. I forgot to attach my back to this. Alright. There we go. Okay. Cool. All clean. Look at that. We're at 36%. Oh my goodness. $37. Clearly this counts as the most. Which does make some sense. The blood up and down everything. And that's where I end up going, yeah, it could be fake. But if it's real, there's some shenanigans in store here. The other question becomes supernatural? Or magic? Hey there! I've got one heck of a filthy sidecar if you can help fit us in. I can run it up to you if that helps. Hello, Kenny. I don't really care. There's one thing I know about concrete, is that it likes to be as flat as possible. Seriously, though, has the parkour never heard of frames? I don't think Knight's here. I mean, he might be in the lurking, but I don't think he's actually here. Like, turns it on and just walks away. Not away. Let's see if I can get your opinion. There's something like this would exist in, like, your ragtag normal, like, just skate park, right? Hello. That's fine. I suppose I cannot get your opinion on the matter then. Oh, I don't see. I no. Well, my point wasn't that it was real or not. My point was, so in your local skate park, right? That's where I don't think I would see something like this. Where you would see necessarily. But as I said, I don't skate, so I'm going to be wrong. See? Yeah. That's where I'm going. I have trouble believing. Considering the amount of, like, it's totally not blood, right? All around this whole place, especially around certain things. There, by the way, there was a bit underneath this and all around it. And on it. But totally not blood. So, I just heard skateboarding. Even though there's no skateboarding. Haunted. This whole place is haunted. Anyway, but no, I was more saying about it being here. I'm not necessarily saying it definitely would not be. I could see it existing. I just couldn't see it in a place like this. Especially a place for kids and teenagers to kind of hang out. I just... Okay. Not saying one thing one way or the other. I've never really seen a whole lot of them, or really any. Other than I think there was one at a mall once that I went to, but... I'm gonna be honest. As far as I know, skateboarding is not terribly popular here in Florida. At least in most parts of Florida. I'm sure there's parts that there are. Alrighty. Mostly because those who decide to go thrill seeking, I mean, they really do just end up getting into surfing and stuff, so. Yeah. Alright. I don't think I'm tall enough to be able to jump this. Well, at least I could do that. Let's see if we can't clean a spot for me to jump onto here. Ooh, I don't really want to jump down either. Oh, if I miss, I have a clean spot to kind of jump into. But if I manage to make it, I can make it to a relatively clean spot as well. That is the idea here. Yes. Alright. Let's just clean here. There we go. Alright. So we're just cleaning the top here. It works out well. Alright. Okay. Yeah. I still made it over. There we go. Alright, let's walk down here a second. Get that spot there. Alright. Get here. You can't say that I can't make it down there. Maybe it can. Somehow worked out. Alright. There we go. We're just leaving the tippy top here. Okay. Alright. Gotta clean here, because if we fall, we don't want to fall in gunk. Although clearly this is the actual kind of almost entrance on this side, potentially. Or it would have been an entrance at one point. I mean, it obviously isn't now. Alright. Safety. They're pretty safe. I don't think I can jump up this way. I think I have to go the other way. Get up to it. Alright. Go. Alright. There we go. Alright. There's gotta be a spot around here. So it's like the ones on the bottom, I guess. Same wall. So... yeah. I think it's the same wall, right? Yeah. Alright, well maybe it's because this part of the wall. Yeah, okay, it's this part of the wall. Alright. I bet I could jump up that. Once we clean this up. Alright, let's see if we can't do this. No. Alright. Sure. Huh. I wonder if it's inferring that we could do something here. Couldn't be possible, could it? Alright. I'm curious if I actually can. Yeah, see how it's kind of like that? Yeah, I bet I could. I'll try now. Almost makes it. Well, it's fine. We can get from the other direction. We already know that. Probably. Honestly, all that's really kind of going to do left is the ramps. If I can just clean the ramps off a little bit here. Well, I probably could, that's the thing. As I said. But I'd have to get, like, the right angle. I don't think it's this guy where he's standing. That's too low. It'd have to be along this. Yes, we almost got there, actually. But if we really want to try and get up there, what we'd really have to do is go this way. After cleaning this a little more. Eventually we're going to hit enough floor that it's just going to auto-clean that, and then everything else is just going to kind of be sitting there and be like, there. I just don't know how much floor could be left. I mean, it's everywhere, so that's part of it, but I guess technically because of all this. Yeah, let's try and get this first. If I can clear the floor, that would be a nice amount of just kind of... I mean, it does say I've got about 50%. I mean, I've got more than 50% done. So, yeah. I definitely think all that's left is here. Wait, what? Oh, I guess I just got a star, I guess. I mean... yeah. Go. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna use this. This will be faster. Alright, clean this first, always. Alright. We're pretty close to being done. Look at that. I think it's mostly just the square here. Back to this a second, because this will be fine here. It is a little gross as it'll get out. Go. See, how much more can there be? Alright. There we go. In fact, this is so much of it. It's just this floor. Quite something. Alright, yeah, look at that. This last little bit right here. I mean, I'm sure it has spots to go and double over and check and all that, but like over there. Hopefully we're basically there. I'll come back over to this in a second. There we go. I mean, at some point it will go off and be like, wow, you got all of it. I just don't know where that would be, because it's basically... But in all honesty, it already makes it feel like there's so much less dirt. The gallery bench as well over here. Alright. I'm honestly curious how much money do we get for the floor itself. Alright. Clean the grime here. Alright. There you go. Okay. Go. Eventually this will also go off. There you go. Okay. Alright. So close, so close, so close. Alright, let's just get this side. At some point we'll have enough it'll go off, but I don't know how much that is. On the bench. I know I still have to do the bench, but the bench is like, it's mostly done. Oh, it's this side. Alright. And I'm sure there's spots I've missed. For the most part, just like, I don't even need to be on the ground. What did I miss? There's up there. But I feel like I've basically gotten it, so it's a little kind of like, come on. This should trigger it. Yeah, that spot's gone. Okay, that spot should be gone. Okay, and then below? I mean, there's some spots, I guess. But nothing crazy. There it goes. I was like, it's gotta be there. Alright. And then, of course, we have this. Pretty sure there's a spot up above still, so that's why we haven't triggered it yet. Even though in reality, this probably would have been triggered by now. Yeah, this. Well, I guess this is upper floor, so this isn't part of it. Just gotta figure out how much is left. Almost counted. Alright, I mean, this is all done. Basically done. Alright. I'm really not sure what I'm missing. For the gallery floor. Of course, you know. But yeah, now look how smooth and clean that is. Let's do the upper floor. After the worst of the muck. Clearly somebody played Undertale. A joke. Alright. Well, mostly a joke. Alright. There we go. We can kind of come in here and clean this. There we go. Only 30% left to do. Really 26. It might be a lot because of how big the area, but it really is at the end. We can feel how much we're really kind of looking at this. Alright. Now, here's my suspicion. Once I finish this spot. I suspect that also is upper floor and that it's connected. I could be wrong. There we go. Never mind. Yeah, look at that. Look how clean that is. Let's do this one, and then I'm going to do the top of that. Or at least I'm going to try to. Alright, let's look at the curves as well. Alright. Okay. There we go. Alright. Got the top, it's not too much of a worry here. There we go. There we go. And then we can walk forward a little bit. And then that's all that's left is the ramps. Once we've gotten through all the walls. I suspect we have more walls than I think I do, but you know. Alright. There we go. Just gonna cut through the gunk. Apparently on this side, that's how it's gonna be. Say, does the wash review work on hedges? But imagine not. I think she'd throw a fit. Realistically speaking. If I even pointed at her. So, no? Oh wait, no, you meant the bush. Yeah, it probably works on bushes. Go. Alright. The whole section, let's do this here, and then this whole section will be done. There. Yeah, look at that. All done. I mean, up top here, but obviously we're not talking below. Nice. Huh. Well, I did make it up here. So I'm not sure what for. The implication is meant to be. I'll acknowledge it's a good way to clean this stuff up here. clean that there. Then we just gotta clean below on the actual walls, like so, for these sections. Because obviously we can make it on top of here, and then maybe one more try and get on top. I can reach that there. Problem is, there's no way up. Perfect. Alright. Sorry. That's fine. I mean, to be fair, this is pretty just blah in the background. I'm just kind of cleaning things. Not the most exciting gameplay, realistically speaking. I don't feel like it's this. Is it counting on this side? Yeah. Oh, wait, the gallery floor is different? Are you kidding? Okay, I gotta figure out where on the earth is this one's specific special spot. I just realized it's separate. Like, come on. I feel like I've been pretty thorough here. I'll figure it out. It could be this. Yeah, I don't think I have anywhere else in the skate park really other than maybe here. It's definitely not this, but I'm gonna kind of try and keep this. There's a spot there. I guess there's a spot here. I don't know. I mean, there's a spot here. There's not really enough left. I need to figure out where it's counting, because that there's not enough left no matter how quickly soon I get it. Or to be... Here's the spot. Like... If I could find a spot that makes it make sense, that'd be one thing, but I can't. I guess there's a spot here. Like, just wash here. You see how ridiculous this is, right? But there's not even enough left to really... I gotta find it now because if I look later, it's not gonna be any easier to find. At least now I have ideas kind of into where it might be. Going, well... Corner ramp still. There's technically a spot there. Got it! Okay. There are too many little spots there. Alright. I mean, obviously this is probably also counting for the dirt on this wall. No questions asked there, but, the way to walk them down would be nice. Alright. Alright, Because this counts as stairs here. The rail. That also needs to be cleaned. Alright. Here. Somewhere on the rail is a spot. I'm not sure where the spot could even be, actually, now that I think about it. It'd be one thing if I could find the spot, but see anywhere where it could be. I thought maybe it'd be there. Oh, it's there. There we go. Alright. What does this? Kinda. Alright. Then we'll clean this off. Well, this probably isn't making a huge difference. There we go. To the Band-Aid. There we go. Alright, I think I got most of this. Get that. And then I'll get the flour. I'll get flour last. A whole bunch of spots, actually. Alright. It's not enough, so yeah, I gotta clean that next, but just clean out in here. Alright. Alright, I'd be willing to go in and get this on a much closer mostly done, right? 12%. Alright, there we go. There we go. Perfect. Cool. There we go. There we go. We'll just get enough of this cleared out that when it decides it's done. Alright. Okay. It should be clearing any second. Yep. Here, let's see this section. This will require this to be done. Let's just start by going over with the clean spring. That one is done. This should be... yeah. Alright. And I'll get this done. Part of this ramp, right? Yeah. See, that's why that's like that. Alright. Quarter pipe needs cleaning. Alright. It should be basically there. Gotta figure out the exact spot. There we go. So I should get that, yes. Let me clean the wall, like so. There we go. Okay. Ironically, this is better than the other one for these. Yeah. Well, unless, of course, either it's only in our head or it's magic. There we go. Alright, and then we'll do that one there. Alright. Not a whole lot left. There we go. Well, I've already cleaned up most of the dirt on a lot of these. Or the more significant dirt, at the very least. It makes it a lot easier to get through something. Think of it like this. As far as the game is concerned, I have 7% left. I think it's 6. The only problem is finding all the spots. There we go. It'll fit in and clean up and all that. Alright. There we go. Clean these here. There we go. And then just do these. As I said, overall, this effectively seems to be more efficient. There we go. Okay. There we go. Done there. I haven't gotten the list yet. There can't be that much left of these. Alright. I'm just gonna go through like that. Unfortunately, this is all the same thing. It requires to be like this. Alright. I believe this is also part. No, this is just a rail. Well, the fun box is done, and then this can just be kind of done like this. Oh yeah, there we go. There's a spot there. There we go. Yeah, I'm using a mouse and keyboard. Why? It's more. I don't typically use a keyboard with Steam games. I mean, it works pretty well overall. Alright. There we go. Oh no, that's because I am using a controller on Metroid. Because that's not a Steam game, that's a Nintendo game. So I play it on the Switch. I don't emulate anything. Heck, I'm only even playing it because my brother owned the remaster. Because he had wanted it for a birthday, and he got it for his birthday, and he was very happy, and he just let me use it. Yep. My little bro was so kind because the computer was being funky. It's still being funky, but we at least figured out what the funkiness is, and there's that, but sort of. But beyond that, he was nice enough to let me use his game. Since But yeah, if you want to see someone actually be halfway decent at something, I'm not the one to go to. I'm not, well, yeah, for me, I don't do it for a very different reason. I feel like I make money off streaming, right? So it kinda, like, and I mean, yes, technically you can have the game and all that, but typically if you're emulating something, let's be honest here. And as I've said, I don't mind people doing that or anything, but for me, I feel like if I'm actually, like, have the potential to make any money off it, for me, I just feel like, yeah, we would just do it like this. We do it legit. And honestly, I don't completely blame Nintendo, considering most of the people they went after for the emulating, if you look at it, were people who were emulating Switch stuff before it came out. I can understand them being pretty ticked. Like, in its own way, I'm sure there's people, but I'm just gonna say it. Flaunting it in front of the company is not the way to keep things going, if you know what I mean. Yep, exactly. That's what led to them starting to crack down on a lot of stuff. And a lot of the things I've seen people going, oh, how could Nintendo do this? I'm like, y'all did this to yourself, you know? It's like, if you didn't flaunt in front of them, oh, looky at what I can do. They wouldn't even care as much. That's where I end up feeling with it for a lot of it. Whether it's positive or negative in any other way, for me, I'm just like... The more somebody talks about something like that, you know? And going and showing off, look, they're doing it. And that they're basically claiming own whatever company or anything, right? Can't do anything about it. That's where I end up going, yeah, I get it. I get you're not... that it's frustrating that this is happening to you, but at the same time, would they even know about it if you didn't keep going on and on about it? And especially in such a way to be like... Anyway. I know a lot of people don't have that opinion, but to me that's where I look at it and I go, the reality is that if you feel like this is so they're not stupid. Anyway. Woo. Great job, Dirt Finder. Scrubbed up and down the neat, didn't it? Beats me how you do with all that with just jet and angry water. Not that folks seem grateful, all I've getting so far as gas from Baggy Pants Brigade, complaining that it don't look sick no more. Which was surely the point. Yeah, it really is. Alright, yeah, let's do this one. This is the next one. FA, we're currently down at Arkwood Falls, about to risk life and limb because someone thinks they saw Mayor's cat licking his paw into the waterfall. It's gotta stop, and I've had a brainwave. Bring the old truck out front of the garage, give it a clean up, and send the recruits out to that wild goose chase whilst the rest of us get on with the proper jobs. It's hecka filthy, but if you could do your thing and make it sparkling, the mayor will never tell the difference. Thanks, pal. Boom. Luckily, this will be easy. Anyway, like I said, that's kind of where I end up going with the reality is, antagonize the angry company, and the angry company will come after you. And yeah, Nintendo does more than that. Their lawyers are vicious. Yeah. But no, like I said, I like to try and play the game as is. If I can buy it on Steam, I'll get it on Steam. If I buy it on Switch, I'll buy it on Switch. Yeah. Oh no, I do agree. The fact that, like, pretty much every situation I think I've seen so far that seems to have been with, oh, their Switch got bricked. Every single one of them seems to be connected to the MIG Switch thing, which was about, well, effectively dumping your, and then bragging about it at Nintendo. And yeah, I just, like I said, while I don't think it's great, at the same time I think y'all knew what was coming. And of all companies to go after for the whole game preservation thing, one of the only companies that still tries to focus on doing things physical and has now made it force companies to tell you if it's not actually on. And, you know, that's the thing I'm left with. These games wouldn't have been on cartridge anyway. Nintendo just forced the company to actually say that it was there. Oh, Nintendo is allowing companies to do this. It's like, are you kidding? There's no allowing. These companies are going to do it anyway. They already did it on PlayStation and Xbox and pretty much everywhere else. But now they can't hide behind having, oh look, we have physical. Anyway, those are the kinds of things for me where I'm like, I'm just trying to learn actual problems and news and stuff, right? And then that's what ends up, and I'm like, out of all the things that were also a thing with the first Switch after the first iteration are not things that I expect to see. As, how dare Nintendo do this? Like, have you yeah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. I feel there's things to criticize. I feel there's things to not criticize. Am I criticizing everything? and ignoring what leads to it means that the other things become a lot less noticeable, if you will. Especially, like I said, considering a lot of the same things that people complain about, or complaining about with the Switch 2, are things that Xbox, and PlayStation have been doing. I think that's where I end up going, are you kidding? You know, there's a theory that there's a cat's not really missing. Fair enough. The mayor's using it as a distraction device, so no one notices the all that pipeline stuff. Okay. Anyway, I mean, that's kind of where I end up going with it. I mean, I think legitimate criticism is fair. Yeah. Mario Kart World is probably not worth the price, although at the same time, something people forget, for the full game of Breath of the Wild, was $80 too, and still is. So it's not that shocking. But they marketed, or they put it together easier so that you didn't notice. They're making it DLC. Fair enough. But, like I said, I'm not against emulation, to be clear, especially on games that you cannot access at all. I can understand it. I feel like I need to specify that. I'm not completely against that. I'm not likely to do that, especially on stream, since, as I said, I have a potential to make money, so I don't feel like that's right. It's just kind of how it is for me. I mean... Hey bud, do you know if the mayor's cat's still missing? I'm up at the volcano. I think I see him on the outer rim. I'm going in for a closer look. Oh, Calvin, don't do that. I mean, fair enough. I do intend to eventually get it. Unfortunately, every store in my area does not have it, so... Not what I was saying. I meant more like... So there's games that can never be re-released, right? Because the publisher, either one of them went under or whatever. I feel like a game like that, if to some extent I can see it. But at the same time, I feel like I wish there was an actual kind of archive thing to it. I think that's kind of where I would go with it. But if they were able to, or at the very least, and this is where I kind of would go with this. Well, I mean, money is, gotta be honest. If I can't afford something, I either save up or I just don't get it. But yeah. Realistically speaking. At the end of the day, I mean, even if I'm streaming, games are, by their very nature, kind of a luxury item. Yeah, exactly. Minecraft Story Mode is an excellent example of that. The thing is, I would go more with the whole, I feel like there needs to be an ability for the company that didn't go down, right, to be able to release it again. It's not exactly their fault. But I can also see where the arguments against that would also be. It's a complicated matter. But I think that's where I kind of end up going with it. What's been on your mind for a long time, by the way? Supreme. F? Wait, which one did I hit? Oh, R. But yeah, I honestly think that overall, that's kind of where I end up going with it is. I can see where it feels, but at the same time, the other thing is, not everything lasts forever. Even physical items. This is what makes it complicated as well. I have a, like, in fact, I do. I own books, right? But because I've read the books so many times, I've worn through it. If the book is no longer for sale, in general, I can't get that book. And if it's not older than a certain point, I can't, technically you can't legally obtain that book in any other fashion other than to get a used copy. So, that's the other side to think about. It's what makes it complicated. Or yes, I get it'd be nice to be able to keep your game forever and all that. At the same time, I look at it and I go, you can't expect the company to keep it going forever. For no other reason, they could never, basically, I mean, to look at with like games, right? Digital games especially. That takes up server space. That space could be taken up by a minute, like just about anything else. But if you're instead having to focus on keeping something that maybe doesn't even work on this system or whatever, and keep it in the store just in case somebody decides, oh yeah, I wanted that. I could see a company going, they can't do that. So that's like I said, that's what makes it complicated. And beyond server space, they're required to continue updating and upgrading stuff so that it won't get hacked and all that. But eventually, it's like, is the amount of money that you'd be making off of it, like the value to both ends? If you're spending more than you're making, oh no, I mean, obviously there's probably that too. I've said it. It's yeah, exactly. Google Stadia is a good example of, yeah, they just couldn't keep it going. But it's the controller. We had to get a $20 controller because the Joy-Cons just started drifting really bad. Unfortunately, the controller turns out to not be that great. Do most of the things, so that's why. And it has literally got it'll randomly just kind of like decide to delay. I've said it every time. Anyway, but yeah, exactly. I think that's what makes it complicated. There is no simple answer. It feels like there should be. But at the same time, I mean, yeah, that's true. The Wii U. I mean, to be fair, they actually tried to port most of the games that were on the Wii U, except for third party and indies. Yeah, but sometimes it goes quicker, and sometimes that's the biggest problem with that controller. But anyway, as I was saying, and you can see, I mean, like, in fact, even the Lego City Undercover, even though in reality, large portion of it don't necessarily work the same way on Switch. They still managed to get it ported over. Yeah. I imagine they didn't feel like enough people were interested. Hey, Doc. We have a lovely little job for you at the house if you're free. No weird stuff, promise. I don't believe you. It's definitely Ulysses. I can see his funny leg. Lovely. Calvin, when did we get some friendly enough? I can't hang out 10 feet from the lava flow, though. Dunno. Also, Calvin, why are you calling me and talking to me about this? I'm not... Like, I'm just the person that cleaned your pool. Or pond. I guess it's the world's best log fire. Yep. Anyway. But yeah, no, I think the biggest problem is Stadia was... To be fair, it wasn't that long ago. Stadia was a thing for like 6 months. Yeah, see? 3 years isn't that long. But I mean... The irony with the whole people vote with your wallet kind of thing is if you later realize you liked something, then you're gonna miss out. Which, at the same time, fair enough. But don't get mad later, you know? I think that's something I always feel like with the Wii U to Switch. You know? Yeah. Sounds about right. Whenever I've seen people get upset, they go, they could do something with it, and I'm like, that was the Wii U that nobody bought, apparently, except for me. You know? And it was amazing. Anyway, I think that's kind of where I end up going with that. The biggest thing, though, is that... I believe they kind of already have, but that's kind of... I'm gonna be honest, most controllers do. It's just about how fast or slow it is that you're likely to notice it. That's the thing that is unfortunate. Because delicate... the reason that I think Nintendo products are just faster is it's just, well, you have a lot more delicate parts, right? To it. But from what I've seen, apparently they're still honoring the, if your Joy-Cons break, send them in, they'll send you new ones. That's nice. I guess. And I say this because, like, if you had the Nintendo Wii and you had the, what was it called? The nunchuck, right? The thing is, it's pretty random when it decides to pop in. Like I said, it's because of the delicate... I would guess... Bleh. Most likely the reason why it can't be fixed is it's one of those things where it doesn't always happen. And it's just like something delicate, kind of... one where the other gets busted. And I'm just... Yep, the nunchuck. If you remember the nunchuck, that drifted so bad by the... Like, just in general. In all honesty, making all Switch... I think that's the thing for me. Because I went from the Wii and the Wii U straight to the Switch, I didn't play, like, a whole bunch of other things, just in general. For me, I never really... Even when it got the drift, it was just like... At least I can put it back on the right path to some extent, and it's not like... Yeah. That's the crossbow one. Yeah. Fair enough. Like I said, not every nunchuck, right? Just like not every Joy-Con. We got really unfortunate with one of ours, and it was just the... Like, it would just... If it decided to randomly start going off in the random direction, you couldn't get it back. You had to unplug the Joy-Con... not Joy-Con. You had to unplug the nunchuck, and then plug it back in, and then unplug it again, and plug it back in. But it was fine. Yeah. Oh, it absolutely does seem like it's just like... And they're like, look, I fixed it, and then it breaks for them again anyway, because it's like... Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's just delicate machinery inside of it. Realistically. Like I said, that's why I go with the whole... Every controller, it depends on how long it takes, but it has a chance to fail. In the same exact fashion. I've had other types of controllers. I've used them over the years and stuff. I've seen how they work. Let's be real. The very nature... I don't feel like people remember this, but that was a whole thing, you know? And it's part of why you had the whole gamer rage thing, where you'd be like, my controller just sent me off the edge, and they'd be like, yeah. Okay, I'm with the Whisker of Ulysses now. But I feel like people don't remember that. We're up on this outcrop, and Mount Rushless is rumbling more than ever. Good for you, dude. Don't die. I mean, heck, think about it. I've always been a dog man. Now I know why. Even with the computer, you can have a key get stuck, right? I just think that's kind of how it ends up happening. Probably a similar fashion, too. Because you click in. I mean, if they ever figure out how to fix it, they should go into the computer business and make keyboards. Never breaking keyboards like that. Ugh. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes. It's not evil. It's life. I mean, I certainly wish it wasn't. I certainly do. Alright. Fair enough. Yeah, I get it. I mean, it's true. You can clean them. Sort of. But they never really work the same. Let's pry them apart. If you will. Yep. That's kind of where I end up going with it. Yep. I think that's just kind of it. But the amount of like other things around the whole Joy-Con, that's probably why they're just like, just send it in, we'll give you a new one. You know? Deemed it was cheaper than trying to fix them. But yeah, no. As I said, overall, I see. Anyway, I think the biggest thing to me, though, overall, is with Nintendo is like at least their games come out functional. And this isn't to be like, oh, Nintendo's amazing, to be clear. It's just this whole, like, not even just AAA games, a lot of other games too. Unless they're like literally like a small group of people nowadays, it's so strange that they just kind of like go, yeah, there's a bunch of bugs. It's just like, why would you release it like that? Like, that's guaranteed loss of sales. Even if the game is the most amazing game in the world, if people can't play it, they're not gonna. I feel like that should be being discussed more often. And I'm gonna be honest, you know how I feel though with every person who's complaining about the price of the one game, the like I said, Minecraft World. I'm just left with when GTA 6 comes out, and it's probably $120. If it actually is 120, I think they're gonna try and go for that at this point, or over 100. You don't have the same complaint. Exactly, on top of needing a super fancy PC. Like, it's like, yeah. It's where I just don't understand. Heck, I mean, effectively, there's games where you have to buy the DLC, right, to complete the game, actually straight up, instead of it being extra stuff that lead it to being that price. That's the thing to me. I'm like, I get it. Game's stupid expensive. Clearly meant to make you go buy the bundle. But, like, I mean, yeah. And it clearly was mostly just put it out there so that there'd be a game for people to play. You know? I'm gonna go there. It's probably been sitting... Can't say there's 0 launch titles, right? Especially since they released, what was it? I haven't played, I haven't really looked too much into it, but I know I've seen people seem to like the Donkey Kong game, right? And that came out. Anyway. But yeah, no, I don't know. I think the biggest thing was just the whole... A lot of the same people were the people going, wait, what was it called? It was gonna be totally worth it. Da, 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 da. It was the Oblivion game. I don't remember what it was called. And then effectively it was just mid, right? At the end of the day. It's like... I think that's where I end up going. Same time, I'm like, yeah, you can complain about the price. Or complain about all the prices. Like... Guarantee Witcher 4 is gonna be like 80 or 90. And is it even gonna be worth it to play? In reality, what I would guess is basically, if we see we're already planning on that upward trend. It happened to me Nintendo was first. But again, I just say don't buy the game then. I'm not gonna buy the game, I'm not gonna play the game. I think that's kind of where I end up going with it. I feel like that's... But I'm also gonna be not complaining if I don't have that whatever thing later, right? Like I said. I think that's where I end up going. I'm like, for example, I definitely have no interest in Mario Kart World, so I have no interest in buying it. I'm not going to be upset later if I don't have Mario Kart World. Heck, there's the Sonic Racing one, right? Coming out. There's probably going to be another Mario Kart game within the, probably next couple years anyway. Realistically speaking. Yeah. That's part of why I just was left with, if 90% of people are gonna buy it, well, it turns out no, people are just gonna buy it anyway. For the physical release. So, yeah. I don't know. I mean, if you're that outraged, actually stick to being outraged. I think that's where I kind of go with that as well. Oop, play the game anyway. Anyway. As I said, you don't have to get the game. Play on Steam. While you still can. I mean, most games will still be probably fine, but considering they're back in the say like every 4 year, or not 4 years even, like every 2-ish years cycle, where Steam finds some excuse to get rid of the gooder games, if you will. And people notice, complain, so they stop for various ways and reasons, and then people forget, and then they do it again. I think that's the thing. There's so many things, it's like, there's a cycle. Especially in the gaming, sphere. There we go. Fair enough. That's fine. Anyway, I mean, that's really where I end up going with it. It's the same cycle with the anime pirate sites and all that. Where you'll see where it's like, and it's just like, that's, yep, it's just time for that again. And then be backed off, and then it's just... in general. And yeah. It's very noticeable, I think, with gaming. There we go. But we'll see. Like I said, I think the biggest thing will just kind of be, I think at this point, I'm gonna say we give it like another 3 months, and I think the cycle of whatever with everything will probably just finish turning, and then move on to the next one. The other side of it. Steam will compromise on the games, da 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 da, blah blah blah. Metroid Prime 4 will come out, so the people mostly complaining will just end up being focused on Metroid Prime 4. Or some new Zelda or something, or there'll be a new, Silk Song, you know? Silk Song will come out and everybody will be focused on that. It'll be like that. I mean, it's even worth that with Minecraft. Having it cycle. I mean, it's a much shorter cycle. The Minecraft cycle is... basically along the lines of, this update is great. It's amazing. It's gonna be the best update yet. Only haters are gonna say that it's bad. This wasn't a great update. The next one will be. Obviously because they're getting ready for the end update. Or whatever update. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like I said, it's just a cycle to it. Which isn't evil. It's just realistic. Alright. How much more of this do I have? Way more muck than I thought would be on here. Cool. Anyway. I was just saying there's a cycle to it. I was figuring about 4 months. It might be up to 6 months. What'll happen is, like, obviously right now Steam's removing spicy games. So I was saying in about, like, looking 4 to 6 months, obviously Steam will give their compromise again. Because they do this every couple years. On the games and all that. And then Metroid 4 will come out, or Silksong or something like that, and so most of the people will be focused on that and won't be caring too much about what system it's on. And that's fair. I mean, I was just saying in general, that's what I was saying. I was just saying there's a cycle. Especially the gaming. And I was saying that the Minecraft cycle is just a lot shorter. Yeah. And then find fault in it. A good example of that actually being the Monster Hunter game, right? When it came out, it was like, it was everywhere, and we're like, it's amazing! But if you go and you try and look up anything about the Monster Hunter game now, most people are just like... Yeah. Exactly, Monster Hunter. And then now it's like, you look at it, it's like, anyone who they'd be like, why would I play that? It's just the same cycle over and over for a lot of them, and it's just like... Well, I don't know. It was a big game for, like... I guess until you found out you were going to need a bunch of DLCs. But, like... That's where I go with it. I think it'll follow cycle. Most people were... Like I said, most of the controversies you see right now with the Switch 2 are the same controversies they had to some extent on the Switch 1. And have existed up until the end of it. Not to be like... Just, it's just that's kind of how it ended up going. Well, yeah, but beyond that, I was more meaning the attitude towards it as well. I think if the attitude was still... Oh yeah, no, it's still decent. Or they didn't, like, completely go on and on, like, turn into, like, the opposite, right? Like, you played it for 3 months. I would think it would be excellent. I know, I'm not saying everybody's like that. I feel like I need to be very, very specific on this. But the people who go online to complain, right? They're also the people who... The people complaining about the Switch 2 are the people who buy it when it first releases immediately. After saying they're not going to buy it at all. And you can tell when they say, oh, I've stopped playing such a game, and it's just like, wait, weren't you not even going to buy anything? But it's a cycle. Popular thing gets big, everyone gets excited about it. It's not even the impulse. I would go here. I think this is the problem with an early access game. To some extent. Right? Versus a full game. Especially nowadays. Because if you put it out in early access, you're, especially, again, like I said, now. In the past, if it was early access, oh yes, Cyberpunk as well. And that was a full game. What I'm saying with the early access thing is, like, something you would notice if it was put out in early access, other than a few games, obviously, oftentimes it would have at least enough content to justify giving it a price, right? Instead of being a demo. Or treated as a demo. Whereas now it's like, you have maybe an hour of content, maybe like when it first comes out, that they expect you $20 first, and then within the year maybe you'll have more content. And it's just like at that point, make it a demo. And I'm saying this, like, for example, I think a good example of, like, early access is not the friend of a game. A good example of this being Slime Rancher 2. At this point, like, if you get the game, and it's a lot of fun, I've played it. Slime Rancher. I was specifying 2, though. I played both. The Slime Rancher 2 is still in early access. But the biggest thing is slime. S-L-I-M-E. Slimes. Yeah. You know, where you pick up the slimes and yeah. And all that. The thing is, so for the second one, right? Having played it and everything, and it's still in early, like I said, it's in early access currently. But there isn't into the game yet. They finally got the part that leads to the end. Supposedly the next update will have the end finally added to the story. But the biggest issue is for a lot of the things in it, or especially if you're expecting for the first game, they're definitely not in there. Which is fine, you know, early access, but then it's like the expectation for you would want to go explore the changes, but at the same time, your ranch, I found the best thing to do with it is just ignore the ranch part of Slime Ranchers for Slime Rancher 2, and it's just like... I'm sure eventually they'll add things that'll make it easier on that. Especially with the fact that you're supposed to explore for long periods of time now. But... Oh, I do agree, like I said. But this is what I was saying. I feel like... And this is where I'm gonna go here. I feel like Solarpunk did it slightly better by making a demo, right? To let people see, and they make a new demo to kind of show off new things. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know when they're going to release the full game. I'll probably start over at that point, but... There's not much point to it. And it feels a shame, like... I do want them to succeed, but... Yeah. At this point, you can do everything except actually finish the storyline and, you know, have an easier time with your slimes. I can honestly say I found out you basically don't need any slime enclosures except for fire slimes and egg slimes, and all you need is like 2 fire slimes and 1 egg slime to really be able to succeed at that as well. So it's like, and I do think that's an issue with the... How much more can I even have? Anyway, yeah, it wears itself out. And if you, especially if you never know exactly when it's gonna get its full release. And by the way, I fully intend to buy Solarpunk, so the demo worked on me, right? And I mean, basically, I think the thing that was really smart, whether they intended to or not. So, you know the game that was like a couple months ago, right? The game about digging a hole. Like we said, the whole cycle thing. I mean, in that case, that game literally was is basically, it was a byproduct of them making their Solarpunk game. Which, you know, lets people see that this game is going to exist and be interested in it. So in that case, I actually think it was a smart decision to make that game. Especially since they weren't going to use those mechanics. But had fully coded them at that point. And I guess people to go and look at that. So in that case, I actually think that was a very smart thing to do. Again, it's... Fair enough. It was fun. And it goes on sale for $4. It's like $5. So I do get it. But luckily it's not too... And I mean, I think it's probably because it is literally just a byproduct game for them. But no, I do get that. It was fun. You can definitely tell that they kind of threw it together. But that's not a bad thing. Because, yeah, that's kind of where I end up going with it. Fair enough. I saw someone like that I watched, right? They were playing it, and I was just like, "Oh my goodness, this looks like a really fun game. It's digging a hole, like, but better." Um, and I'm gonna be honest, like, because of like when the individual was doing their, I didn't even realize it would end up being like one of those games. I just thought it looked like a fun game. Which, to me, I was like, yeah, that's fun. I want to do... There we go. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna use this one, I think. Gonna hide that there. Okay. There we go. We're done. I believe that took almost an hour. But, you know, it's a very fun game. And while I don't... Efe, you're a legend. It's absolutely pristine. Even the rust's gone. And that should get the mayor off our backs for a while. Which means we can all get back to doing jobs we're paid for. Thanks, pal. Dude. Way too many. Alright, let's see this one. This will be quick and easy. You may have seen pics of my hubby and I becoming the sidecar to complete the first sidecar to complete the 24-hour Great Plains Challenge. Everyone thought the tracks were just too bumpy and 24 hours in the seat was too restrictive, but it was no problem at all. When I got uncomfortable, I just took my hands off the throttle for a second and gave them a shake. The brutal 5-hour river restriction sure took it out of the sidecar, though. But you cleared it up. By the way, Bobby's wondering if you know any chiropractors. I wonder why he thinks he's wondering. Poor Bobby. Poor Bobby. Anyway, but no, I loved the digging the whole game. That was a lot of fun. And like I said, I'm super glad that I'm gonna go here. They had an advert even in their game for their Solarpunk game, because now I know I want that game. Or just cleaning off the... I got something. I'm already at 2 stars. Let's clean these a little more thoroughly now. I'll get to the hubcaps in a second. I know that this should be something to it. Yeah, the spoke set should have something. These are pretty easy. Oh, we're at 4 stars. That was amazingly easy. But yeah, I definitely think it is. Anyway. And I also think that it's probably a good thing they didn't put it into their main game. And effectively instead used it as a different game. Now, obviously in reality you'd never want to do this. Because that would not be smart. Clean here. I guess, is there a way to get behind? Maybe. There we go. The fuel tank still has stuff, right? Yeah. S. These. There we go. In theory, we should be getting pretty close. Bearing still has something. Alright. Okay, that looks like that up there. Being in there. Alright. Oh, the fender, the fuel tank, and the sidecar. Alright, the fender is... Oh, well, I got the fender. The fuel tank, I'm still trying to figure out how to... There we go. And then the sidecar seat, easy. Hey, don't suppose you have time to fix my poor little Trixie, do you? She's all mucked up. Alright, easy. I love her just flying. Alright, let's get the recreation vehicle started. Although 400 is quite a bit for quick and easy, so... Yeah. Just wanted to say how grateful Jenny and I are for everything you've done for us. It's really helped us get on our feet. Yeah, Aura. Sounds silly, but washing the house when no one else would made such a difference. And as for the car... What about as for the car? You know, and here's what I'm gonna give this, that, like, I feel like how Silver 2 tried to copy, but it just couldn't. Instead of having it be you have to deal with one long, annoying conversation, they're just, like, sending little tidbits here and there. Like, oh hey, I just thought of something. In its own way, it actually feels more real for a customer. Other than kind of what House Silver 2 did, if you know what I mean. Where they're just like, oh yeah, there's this thing. Obviously, they aren't going to have thought about everything as they talk to you the first time and all that. Get distracted. And all that. I mean, it's slowly getting there. There we go. Anyway. Our driving Miss Pebble's live streams blocked. Sam just want Esther, so we sold the car for a lot. I mean a lot. I mean, yes, we do want the supersized lot. Somehow I knew that was exactly what was going to turn out and happen. I wouldn't have sold the car, though. At least not until I had someone potentially appraise it. And as far as the live streams go, I mean, that'd be a lot easier to kind of just... I mean, if they want Esther, give them Esther. Discuss stories about the actress and stuff. Come up with trivia facts. Work with it, you know? By having the car be a main character, it kind of the story you could give it like a personality effectively. And beyond that, like I said, whatever amount they got, I guarantee was way less than it was worth. Some antiques guy, a guy who enjoys like collecting antiques is like, I got a bargain. Also, I bet you that they bought this for something dumb. It's not gonna pan out. But lucky our main character isn't too fussed about being paid a lot. Yeah, we're getting the RV done. I'm thinking this might be the last one, depending. I still need like $2,000 after this job. I almost feel like I need it. I almost want to try doing soap on this one, but I don't have a soap dispenser thing, and I'm not spending money on that. There you go. At least not for this this power washer. I mean, obviously I have it for a less sturdy one, but you know, here's what we're gonna do here a second. We are going to make this the long one. Because that makes it more concentrated for some reason. Not perfect, but... There. I'm getting close again. I'll do it here. Yep, it's working. You know what? Yeah. Okay. Alright. There we go. The right body is a lot to it. There's more, is there? Alright. Yeah. We're just going from this angle. Is this part of the right body? I mean, I'm not sure what's left to go on this. I generally get a pretty good idea, but for the right side of the body, it's like... Yeah, see, that's rear body, and there'll be frontal body for the other one. So... Yeah. And this is the underside. Okay. Alright. Hello, Mr. Kenji, how are you? As you can see, today we are power washing. Hello, Knight, how are you? Hey, we're doing a car. I'll do the setups in a second. I'm trying to figure something out. Glad to hear you're doing okay. I do want to finish in a minute. Told you. Like the third carve done. We've rated the attic full of Esther's old stuff and put it all on the blog. It's gone bananas. I guess this counts as part of the right body. And what's fascinating the most is the telemetry. I'm really getting getting into analytics. I mean, am I supposed to have a specific opinion? Yeah, I'm gonna assume this must be part of the right side to some extent. Yeah. There we go, we finally hit it. What the heck is this? What the heck are they doodling on their RV? Eh. Isn't it punishment enough that he's apparently watching something he doesn't like? I mean... Nah, definitely not the brand. That is... I'm about to wash that off because that is... vandalism. Here, watch. It goes bye-bye. I'm a Theo. Nah, they tagged it. This is theirs. They're probably thinking all peace and stuff, but it just looks like... It really doesn't look very good. Sea elf. An elf of the sea. Like I said. Nothing much. I just washed away some, weird graffiti. And then, in all honesty, if it was any other of the clients so far, I think it'd be a bigger question. But because it is these guys, there is some... I mean, they are nuts. Let's not lie to ourselves. They're nuts. Things changed to traded in cryptozoology for cryptocurrency. Itty bitty coin. Looks like the next big thing if you need a tip. Yeah, yeah. Good to know that you guys are the ultimate grifters. Yeah. Dude, you're not crazy like these guys were crazy. They bought the house because they thought it was haunted. Like... There's being nuts, and then there's... well... nuts. No, they bought it because they wanted it to be haunted. In all honesty, though, most likely all that really happened is that the actress in question that owned the place before, or apparently the last person in the place, probably just moved. Yes, mysterious disappearance. And beyond that, then they want us to wash off what they thought were protection symbols. Like, yeah, it's builder's notes, but it's like, it's the thought there that counts. Like, if you move to a haunted house, you don't want the ghost to gain the ability to go and attack you. Yeah. In all honesty, I'm half trying to figure out, are they actually supposed to be a couple, or are they just two idiots? Or are they both? Because I'd believe any of them. Actually has to be the combination the other ways. And then they get the super fancy car, right? They get this car. Turns out they have, like, there's only 12 in existence. Blah, 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 that whole thing. It's like, Will didn't do it in the vlog, so they sold it. It's like... it's like, you could have gotten way more money if you didn't sell it, like, immediately. You idiots. Guaranteed. And so now they're into crypto, apparently. And it's just like, yeah, that ain't ending well for y'all. I'm not part of that. I'm just cleaning this car. Beyond that. It's like, at least with the cryptozoology and stuff, there is some logic to it, right? Maybe not the creature that you... like, the legend, right? But there is potentially something that leads to it. There's some logic to that and trying to learn about that. Oh yeah, I agree. I'll do those sit-ups real quick. I figured out what I was missing, so I did do that. But yeah, no, I do agree. I think they're absolutely in it for the money. Oh, let's just put that. With all their brilliance. I don't know. I feel like less likely this, more likely House Flipper. One. Not House Flipper 2, though. I mean, maybe they aren't just in it for the money. Maybe they got possessed at some point. After we removed whatever... maybe it wasn't just building notes that we removed, you know? Building notes, rather. I could see this as well, yes. I don't disagree. But yeah. It's I'm not the idiot that lived in this place. Judging by how it was treated, nobody else wanted to interact with the house, so that was quite a bit. But nobody was willing. I mean, but I could totally buy this place. Maybe not completely, but I like I said, I could buy magic existing. Well, yeah, and house was made by a Polish, so they're really not. Just to be clear. It is unreal to assume that magic could exist in a world in which, maybe not this, but like muck can exist. Like this, you were here for the skate park, Kenny. Like, how does that happen? Also, considering that when we did the playground, the skate park didn't exist, and now it does. I haven't been that. Heck, I mean, I'm quite literally using a power washer without any soap or anything to remove holes. Like, it's this rusted, the rust would be created to have, like, be like holes all the way through. I wasn't saying, though, the soap in itself. I was more saying, with how rusted some of these are, yes, some of them it's fine. Some of them would be like, it shouldn't come out smooth. Like, it should have the magical power to see dirt. Alright. Also, The fact that it doesn't get mad at you for putting water in the exhaust. Have gone hiding from view. By the way, what am I doing tomorrow? Tomorrow is a Minecraft day. True. There's a decent amount. Don't need to see a soldier, tell me where to go. You know where my past is fading. And I don't need to see that you're facing unknown. But tonight I've been blinded by the dark. Without fear, I will reach for the of all this. We want you to have the RV. I don't want the RV. Oh, wait. I have a friend who wants the RV. Everything's idle. She's born for the open road. Our friend is going to be begging for it. You can take your job to other countries, or maybe you know someone who's on the lookout for one. No. Our character's not living in a shed. No, it's not like that. Anyway, but our friend that gave us all these different names to all these different people that we want to kind of kill, he wants an RV. So we can flaunt this and taunt him. I mean, look at that. This should not end up being clean and smooth and looking brand new at the end. No matter how good your power washer is. Yeah. We have a house and a garage. We just haven't seen inside the house, but we know we have, at the very least, the garage. It seems to be connected to a house. Anyway. mean, I guess our main character is gonna probably do nothing about it and just give the guy the RV, but it's like... There is a certain feeling of... flaunt and taunt and sell to someone else. Hmm? I have not lived in one of these ever. Just to be clear. Uh-huh. Yep, that's okay. Not this time of year. Definitely not. Sun is my weakness. I mean, good for you, dude. I cannot. Alright, this girl is... No, I can swim just fine. As I said, the sun is my weakness. Exactly. Sure. I mean, I'll dry out, right? Hmm? I didn't actually say I was. Let's talk about this. It looks like there's a spot there, but I don't... Yep. But the sun, it dries and it burns. Eh. Except for the time of year, it's when it acts as a magnifying glass. Alright, here it is. Go. So much of this is just... Yeah, why did they pay us to clean this RV if they were gonna get rid of it and dump it on us? Now that I think about it. Like... You know? Probably. Or they realize there's a reason they can't sell it. Perhaps something that'll be tracked back to them. I mean, after all, the other imagery that's on it. Let me just take a picture. Or that was on it. I wasn't going stolen. I was logicking with all the blah. All the peace signs and all of it. Right? I'm figuring, you know, what would someone who I would put that many peace signs all over their vehicle probably have a lot of. Especially those that would then go into crypto nonsense. I can think of why they wouldn't be able to sell it. You know what I mean? Especially with the... Well, let's add another example here. 2 potentially college-age girls, right? Managed to buy this house. Not rent, buy. And even if you go, well, it was considered haunted. It was also a house that was owned by a minor to major celebrity initially. With lots of peace symbols, lots of things. It starts with D. And ends with rugs. Okay. I don't really care about tags, I'm gonna be honest. They really don't do a whole lot. Yeah. That's also possible. But like I said, I feel like, especially if they were into the crypto stuff, as in cryptozoology in that sense and stuff, and all that, and they were very into the paranormal and I don't know, just put it like this, hippies. Kind of where I end up going with it. And to be clear, I don't think that being into the cryptids and stuff is, but necessarily leading to that. But with everything else and all that, and all the vibes, they cared about vibes and stuff and everything, I'm sorry. At the very least... like, if nothing else... I absolutely could think that's potentially possible. Oh, here we go. I somehow doubt it. There we go. I was just saying, I mean, it's a reason to not want to sell it. I just want to dump it on someone else. That would fit with everything else that they've done. And you know what? It makes all the more reason to dump it on our friend. He can figure out what to do with it. Alright, nothing here. Can't be that much left. Gee. The owners of this house are two girls. So I said I have no idea what they are, I just know they're stupid. Oh, the real plastic house. Yeah. I believe it. But yeah. Anyway. Anyway, but yeah. Like I said. Clean. Why could there be more? Yeah. Anyway, like I said, I absolutely think that they totally could be though. It's just it fits with the vibe, the everything, the fact they believe they were seeing things. If they really weren't seeing anything. Hello, Mr. Failure. How are you doing? I am finishing up, but I hope you're doing well. Ah. Can't go to the desert. There is no desert in PowerWash. We're near a volcano, though, somehow. I think I'm glad to hear that. I'm never completely sure, but I think I am. I'm doing relatively okay. Bit migraine because of the time of year, you know? The evil hurricanes and everything. Existing. Like I said, I do gotta finish. I'm just trying to finish this car. Luna's about to cry. This? No, I don't have the migraine from this. Just to be clear, this is fine. I did figure out what the problem was for that. I mean, it's not great, but it's not like all over the screen or anything. Well, I thought that's the problem with like Metroid and Subnautica and stuff. Plus, there's just things that were very specific to it. This is pretty straightforward and kind of... I'm gonna be honest, one of the things I didn't even realize until I found out about a Minecraft update that they're doing on Bedrock. Ugh. But it's probably the same problem on Subnautica. Is climbing ladders. The way that it's done. If a game like Subnautica, it has to kind of... yeah. But here, the climbing ladders are just a smooth animation. Yeah, so like, for example with this, right? When you climb up a ladder, it just smoothly goes up like you're walking, right? It's not like a ladder. But basically, they're trying to imitate the look of a ladder. And I did realize that's one of the things that absolutely I cannot look at without getting sick. I would say this makes me concerned I won't be able to do Bedrock forever, but at the same time, I don't do a whole lot of ladder climbing. And at least there's ways to avoid still seeing it currently, so... And they might not actually, like, long-term implement it. So... if you got a chance still. Whereas with Subnautica, it's in the final game. Probably not going to. I don't really watch a whole lot of movies, realistically speaking. Heck, for like 90% of YouTube videos, I just put it on the background while I'm drawing. Go. I mean, I'm sure it was. It's just not my interest. What am I missing? I can see I'm... Alright, so I'm missing the exhaust. Alright, that's easy enough. Back, here we go. Do things you really shouldn't do with a power washer. Anyway, it's just not my thing. I'm not terribly interested. Sorry. There we go. To be honest, from what I've heard about it, it does not give me confidence. I don't know. Alright, I'm missing one window, 2 windscreens, and indicators. Is indicators meaning... Oh, yeah, actually that was straight up. This window. Okay, and then windscreen. Somewhere. Come on. Not a whole lot. Fair enough. Where'd that one work? Oh. Job complete. Hey, F.A., get yourself over here quick as you can. We got an urgent one for you. Thanks. There we go. Alright, that's probably where we're going to finish tonight. Final image. This game is so weird. Harper here. Just want to thank you again for gifting me the RV. I'm about to hit the... Yeah, so there definitely was something inside. Heading for pastures unknown. She's so beautiful, so clean. I know you said not to, but I sent some cash over. Maybe put it towards a washer upgrade? Take care. I'll keep an eye out for any interesting jobs for you. You're the best. Oh yeah, so there definitely was something in that RV, because otherwise there's no way that Harper would get that for free. Fire helicopter. Alrighty. Whew. Realistically speaking, at least. I know I can't actually get what he's the... Because I want the next one of the professional, but that is 5,000 and I need another 10 stars. We can do the helicopter, that's fine, although I'm not sure you'll be here. Fancy. I love all the fancy stuff here. But we do not want that, because these are just definitely not what we're looking for. Because it's the look. Anyway, but yeah. I do wish these actually had more use. Yeah, we could do the helicopter, that's fine. Anyway, Kitty does need releasing. You can... I'll see if he wants to say hello. You want to say hello? Hey. Oh, precious. Yep, time to free Kitty. I thought Kitty would say hello first. We could do stone block if that's what you guys want. I'm totally cool with that. Alright, then we'll do that. That'll be fine. Bye. He just ditched. Alright. I'm gonna say, I hope you guys have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. I hope that, and if it is night for you, I hope you guys have a wonderful night's sleep. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I hope to see you tomorrow for some stone block, and yeah. Bye-bye!